This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. We're currently looking at a beautiful little steenbok, which is quite relaxed. It is a very nice afternoon here at Djuma. The plan for this afternoon, we will be reporting live from Djuma and Ngala and Pridelands. Hopefully we can bring some great action for you. So jump on board and welcome to your very own live safari through the African bush. Welcome back to Djuma. As you can see, there's a few clouds in the sky, but it is quite warm. We did spend a bit of time with that little steenbok who just now moved off. My name is Cedric. I have Dorvi on camera with me this afternoon. So our plan for this afternoon, we will go in the same area where Tavangumi was found this morning to check around if he's still there. And also we will bumble around and see what else we can find. We are currently on quarantine, so I think what we will do now is start heading west and see what's happening there. Hopefully I would be very happy if we can find Tavangumi again. I did spend a very nice time with him the last time I was here, and it was very close to the car, so it was quite impressive. Please don't forget to send us your question on #WildEarth. You can also do it on YouTube at FC and register on our website and go to the live safari page to submit your question. If you're underage, you can also send us an email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Please tell us your age as well. This little steenbok is quite relaxed. They normally tend to run away from us. He is a bit far now. He was quite close when we arrived here. It's a beautiful little male. They're normally in pairs, so there should be maybe another one around, a female. They are one of the smallest until up here. It'll be quite tricky sometimes. As soon as you stop the car, they run away. Okay, while this little steenbok is moving around, I think I'll turn around and head in the west direction. Yeah. Always nice to start on quarantine and see what's happening here. On my side, I didn't have much luck this morning, so I'm hoping to redeem myself a bit this afternoon, but it's the bush, we never know. Are you ready for some safari fun? Yes, us too. I'm looking forward to have fun with you guys this afternoon. What is nice with the afternoon drive, it's a bit longer, so we can spend more time scratching around and see what's happening on the property. I'm glad it's not as windy as yesterday. Hopefully it will stay the same. Yeah, so Tavangumi was not too far from Sandy Patch this morning, so we're heading in that direction now. It would be great if we can see him. I saw him only once, but it was a very cool sighting. So we'll continue on this road, see what we can find. As you can see, it's a bit cloudy, but there's still quite a lot of sun here. But let's see what is the weather at all our locations.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the other half of Team Djuma. And this team is known as Team Wendy. And who is on Team Wendy? It is me, Lauren, and BK, whose thumb you're about to see. That's Team Wendy today, and it is sunny. It's cloudy, sunny. It's a very strange afternoon, but it's not overly hot or unbearably so. It's actually very, very pleasant. I think it will cool down quickly. But I'm just very grateful the wind is not as horrifying as it was yesterday. Now, we have no real plans. I'm going to scratch around another part of the reserve that we have been ignoring. Not intentionally, a lot of action has been happening in the south. So we, of course, have been spending time in the south, but what about all the other parts? Tandy and Maribs are missing in action. Don't worry about them, they just haven't been located. So I'm going to try and sort of scratch around to see if I can pick up on their tracks or just any signs of them. I was going to go to Torchwood, but now that I know the Talamatis are at Torchwood Dam, Tandy and Maribs will not be there. So I'm just going to scratch around in case they're on Djuma. They could easily be on Djuma and no one's picked them up yet. It's very quiet here right now. And then, of course, either Cedric or myself will go and visit the Talamatis if they're still in a good signal area. And that is my plans for the afternoon, I must say. It was so lovely catching up with Tavangumi. And I realized I went through his lineage and I need all of your help. So he's Karula's Nisi's son's son. So what does that make then? Help me out, everyone. What is the relation there, or is it far too distant to even know? But he's Karula's Nisi's son's son. So I'm not sure what that actual relation is called, but I'm sure it has a name. Everything has a name these days. BK, are you putting your jumper on it already? Ah, BK's chilly. Already. Oh, this side, and then it comes off again. Okay. Okay, we take it on and we take it off. I'm going to try and stay brave without the jumper for as long as possible. But I do have 3 layers, so I mean, I can put one of them on at least. But Cedric is going to check up on Tavangumi, and I'm sure he'll still be there somewhere. Linda, you're saying leopards are your favorite. I am sure many of you share the same thought as Linda. They are incredible, and you know, we have incredible lion prides here that we know quite intimately. The Inkahumas, I'm definitely getting sort of back into them. They've been gone for so long, and even seeing the cheetah yesterday was incredible. That female that BK and I actually had before, but no signal. But really, there's something special about a leopard. What BK's nodding. Is it the coat? Is it their behavior? Is it their sort of solitary existence? I don't know. I don't know what it is about a leopard, but they really have a way of getting into your heart, don't they? But we will look for whatever we can find today. I love speaking about everything. I just would like to know where Tandy and Maribs are. A lot of people are asking, where are they? Where are they? They're not on Chitwa. I mean, Chitwa's a very small property and it's sort of funnel-shaped. But it's very lucky because it's got the Mulwanini. It's got lots of drainage lines. But then where are they? Are they on Little Gowrie, or are they on Torchwood, or are they sitting right here on Djuma? The more vehicles that are driving, naturally the more updates you'll get, the more you will be aware of who is where and what is happening. But if there's only a few vehicles and you're all concentrating yourself on one part of the reserve, then you are sort of missing out on a huge area. Pete, to be honest, this winter is cool. BK, just put his jumper on. They are very opportunistic. You find during winter leopards will be mobile throughout the day and throughout the night. In summer, it is a little bit different. I mean, you will find leopards active during the day, but it's normally sweltering hot. It's very uncomfortable in summer. Insects everywhere, so really they do tend to go flat and just seek shade in summer. But in winter, really, you will find them mobile. They are primarily nocturnal, but that doesn't mean you won't find them moving from A to B. Now we are at Gowrie Dam. Just want to position myself in the best spot. Oh, that harrier hawk just flew off. 2 of them. What were you 2 doing? Yeah, there's another one much closer. I think it's a harrier hawks. And there we go. Yes, it is. No. Oh, why are they being shy? Can you get them from here, Beaks, or do you want me to go forward? 2 of them. That's interesting. Ah, how lovely. I haven't had a harrier hawk sighting in quite some time. They're also called gymnogenes out here. Gorgeous birds. Similar to bateliers in that they have very colourful faces against the body. So sometimes just from a distance you can immediately spot them because of that coloration that just strikes out against the colour of the body. And they are monogamous, so this could easily be a male and female here. But the sexes are so alike, I wouldn't be able to tell you who's who. Hello, guys. They were sitting in the jackalberry that the Verreaux's eagle owl is normally in. It's quite a productive little tree to check for birds. And occasionally leopards. You can spot a juvenile though, similar to bateliers. Again, in that way, the juveniles or the immature birds look very, very different. Completely different coloration, and they also don't have that gorgeous face mask, again, like bateliers. Oh, what a lovely sighting. I think I'm going to sit here just a little bit longer around Gowrie Dam.
Yeah, welcome back with us. We're just scratching around here on that 2 track there, seeing if there's any sign of Tavangumi. I just went around there was a few trees. We did saw some leopard tracks going in another direction as well, so we're just checking here, and then if we can't see nothing we will go in that direction. For the moment we can't see much, so we tried to come look at that little pond there. There's no water though. Maybe what we will do, we're going to wait here a little bit and listen a couple of minutes and see if we can hear any alarm calls. It is very quiet. Can't even hear a bird. Okay, so I think we'll leave that little pan and continue driving and see what we can find. So we'll scratch around here, maybe look for some tracks.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Pridelands here, Eco Training Pridelands. My name is Steve, joined over there by Gert, and we are once again very excited to be on board with you here on Bushwalk. And it is a nice warm afternoon. It's not too bad. Nice to be out and about in the wilderness, and spring has certainly sprung. This is one of our, I think this is the large-leafed Grevia, one of the raisins, and it is in flower. Now, something that's been happening around is many of our flowers that normally flower a little bit later towards actual spring are flowering already, and I reckon it's to do with the water table being quite high after the last season's rain, because often we talk about plants responding to daylight change. And while the daylight hasn't changed yet too much, we're still in August, only just into August. Spring is the 1st of September, so we're still a few days away from spring, but the vegetation is responding. And I've just returned back from the north, where I did 2 back-to-back trails up in the magical Pafuri. It's a very magical place, very, very magical place there, hosting 2 sets of groups. It's a very special time indeed, the Aldine Mason group. Wonderful people. Lovely to be able to have experienced and to have shown all of those lovely people that environment. Yes, we did have a few elephants. We did have wonderful scenes in the river, and it is always a very special time in Pafuri. It's nice to be back, everybody. It's nice to be back, and sad but true. My stick, which is not this stick, this is a new stick, where I found it was in Pafuri in the Northern Kruger in 2015, and it has now stayed there. So I've now got a new stick. I don't know if it's as wise as my other stick, but this is the root of a red bush willow. I actually made this a few months ago when I was still at Djuma. I found a root of a red bush willow that an elephant had pushed over, and I harvested it. Very hard. Was it at Djuma? Was it with you, Gert? I think it was at Djuma. Yeah, it was at Djuma. Very hard. Needs a little bit of attention, a bit of work, but I have a stick. So the fever tree, or should I say the stick that I had, has been lost to Makoleki, but I'm sure it will find itself a new owner at some point. Vera would like to do some birding. Well, Vera, it is very difficult to get birds on this camera, but we will definitely be looking for some birds. I am always birding, Vera. I heard a cardinal woodpecker just a moment ago, but it is very quiet with regards to birds right now. We are up in the top of the woodland right now, the marula-dominated woodland. And we are going to be doing a walk over towards Zebra Plains, just down on the other side there. We'll keep our eyes open for some birds. But I'm going to see what has changed since I was last here. It doesn't look like much has changed. If anything, it's just dried up a bit. And maybe a few of the plants are going to start flowering. And who knows, we might encounter an animal or two. But definitely winter is in its depths. It's very dry, but there is still enormous amounts of cover and vegetation. And so we'll carry on our walk. We look forward to finding you something exciting while we send you over to Cedric, who's searching for a leopard.
And welcome back with me. We're currently scratching around where Tavangumi was seen the last time this morning. We did saw some leopard track on our way here, but further down towards the camp. Not sure if it's the same leopard, so we decided just to come here and have a look, and then we will go check again if we can't see nothing here. Leopards can still move quite a lot even late in the morning, so we have to look very carefully. It's quite nice and open here though. You're saying you see the leopard as the jewel of the jungle because of their coat, if I heard that correctly. They are very pretty. They look magnificent. This is what one, but it's not always the case. I really hope we found him. I will be a bit sad if we can't. Okay, we'll continue here and still look for him. In the meantime, we'll send you to rule in Ngala. I would like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to andBeyond Ngala's Private Game Reserve, where it is quite a nice afternoon, not too hot. My name is Roel, and behind the camera we have got Morgan this afternoon, and we have got a nice little drive planned out for you guys. So we're gonna start off by heading back towards where those wild dogs were. We left them this morning. We are actually hoping that we'll still find them in the same place. So wish us luck so that when we get there, we'll be able to find these dogs back there. And if we don't, we'll try and see if we can have a look around the area, have a look around the roads and check any signs of the tracks and all that. And then see if we can figure out which way they could have gone. Be easy to anticipate their movement because like from this morning, they came from the western side and then traveled all the way from the western boundary to the central parts of the reserve, which their general direction was south and southeast. So most likely that if they get up, because I know they're going to get up to try and hunt again this afternoon, they will get up in more or less that time. So it maybe move in that direction as well. So hopefully we get to find these wild dogs. Leah, you asking what do I find interesting about tracking down animals? So what I find the most exciting when it comes to tracking down an animal, it's actually putting your mindset to think almost like that one animal. For example, you get to find clues and signs of what that, say if it's a lion, or what that pride had been doing throughout the night. Just by following their tracks, you can see where these tracks were walking along the road and where these tracks were running along the road. You get to see where they spread out to try and hunt, and you get to see if they regroup up again, that means that they've given up on the hunt or lost the hunt. Until the time or the point where you find them or don't find them, you've actually uncovered the story from what happened from the first place where they were to the last place where they are. So it's exciting to get to learn all of those stuff just by looking at all the tracks and all the signs. Did they go for water? Which way did they go from there? Did they go hunting? What were they hunting? Was it zebra? Was it wildebeest? Was it any other antelope? What they're doing? And when you're down tracking an animal, you get to actually put all those pieces together and you get to learn, which is quite fascinating until you get to find them. They might be lying down exhausted from the hunt, then you know they've probably attempted 3 hunts during the night and they missed all 3 of them and they're exhausted and they want to rest so that they have energy again at night to be able to go on that journey and hunt again, for us to come back the following morning and track again. So that's what fascinates me. It's actually one of the best parts of the game drive. Being able to understand or learn what the animal went through throughout the entire night. Being able to walk where that pride had been walking throughout the night. Being able to see evidence and signs that here they were chasing zebra, and down here they were chasing wildebeest. Oh, and up here they were coming down for a drink. They were walking all in a single file. They lay down here to take a rest. They got up and moved in this direction. All that sort of stuff. It's very, very cool to actually do wild tracking. But I can tell you, it's a little bit different when you're tracking the different animals, from tracking lions to leopards or wild dogs in this case. So hopefully we don't have to track these dogs this afternoon. I'm hoping that they're still in the area. We'll see when we get there.
One thing that WildEarth strives to achieve is to connect kids with our natural world. One person who agrees with this is Kate, an 11-year-old girl who founded Kids Can Save Animals to help inspire her generation to help mend the planet. Her motto is that kids may be young, but age does not define your impact. Kate is coming all the way from America to join us at Djuma for a live safari. She wants to connect with all of the WildEarth kids, answer your questions, and help you understand that there are plenty of ways that you can make a difference regardless of your age. So join us on the 4th of August at 2:30 p.m. Central African Time for a very special kids safari.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of hundred meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. I got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his ossicones top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Well, welcome back to Pridelands, and it wouldn't be me on foot without showing you a pile of poo. And the reason why I'm showing you this pile of poo, first of all, we all should know that it's elephant, but the interesting thing about it, as always this time of year, is the coloration. And now, just having come back from Pafuri, coming back from the north, the elephant dung up there, unless it's quite old, is still very, very dark in color, which means the elephants up there are still feeding on grass. That's what that part of the world is all about. The animals come through for a winter grazing period, and much of the vegetation, due to the fact that Pafuri is the place it is with the rivers that it has and the forested areas that they provide beautiful, beautiful, wet, moist grazing for animals here in the winter months. And eco-training has actually got a base up there as well. They do training. I used to do trails guide courses for eco-training up in Pafuri. It is a very, very special part of the world. very, very special part of the world, and is a part where elephants go in huge numbers right now. And we were quite blessed to one afternoon have had elephants come into camp, walk right between one of the guests and the tent, and then also sleeping in camp right next to the tents, which is always quite an amazing experience, because elephants, as we know, as we all should know through lots of research, they perceive risk. They have a very good understanding of risk. And so if you're in a camp, they know you're there. If they come and hang out and they come and feed nearby and they come and do their thing nearby, they're completely aware that you're there. So the chances of there being any negative response is very low. So you can actually just sit there in your chair. One afternoon we weren't able to go out actually because a whole breeding herd of elephants was blocking our driveway. So we just sat there on the floor and took some wonderful photos and enjoyed elephants doing their thing. So sometimes you don't have to go out on safari to find the animals. Sometimes they come to your camp to come and say hello to you there, which we were very blessed with on a number of occasions. So as you can probably tell, elephants are very close to my heart. And we'd like to find you some elephants, but historically, these areas down south don't really have very many elephants in the winter months. They generally move further north into the Mapanis, or even further north up into the Pafuri region, and we don't really get too many, but we'll see what we can do. There is water, and Pridelands has been showing quite a few elephants of late. You can see by the number of bushes that have been pushed over, the number of trees and shrubs that have been changed. The landscape here has been altered by these ecosystem engineers who we know ecologically transferring that organic material into this poo on the floor back into the soil. But we're going to carry on down the hill, see what we can find, and send you back over to Rule.
All right, guys, fortunately, we were fortunate enough to find these African wild dogs still at the same position that they were this morning. And I don't really think they've moved much at all, because this is the very exact bush that they were lying down. Could have been just moving with the shade. Plus today was not a very hot day. It was quite cloudy with a very cold breeze. So there wasn't a real need for them to be under shade. That is a beautiful animal. It's amazing how people always come out for safari and you ask them what they want to see, and somebody would say they want to see a kill, and you find a pack of African wild dogs, and they're fortunate to be in the event where these guys are making a kill, and then suddenly realize that this is not what they wanted to see. Wild dogs kill differently compared to other predators, where other predators would literally kill their prey and make sure that it's dead. Wild dogs start ripping apart flesh from an animal. For if they're chasing an impala, they don't really need to catch it and bring it down. They just start ripping it apart and eating. Look at that. Couple of francolins over there that startled. These, I think, one of the three moved that side. I think that's what startled those birds, and therefore these dogs responding to that. But it's brutal how they make their kill. They just start ripping apart an animal, and then you have blood everywhere. And that's why most of the times it's easy to see when they have been successful in a kill, because their whole faces up to their shoulders will be covered in blood from just tearing it. And basically the animal dies while being devoured from or by the dogs. It's funny that now that they're sitting and resting, they look so peaceful, and all that's moving is their ears, trying to chase the flies off. Anderson, you're asking what is the biggest prey that a pack of wild dogs can bring? On Ngala, about 4 years ago, there was a pack of wild dogs seen inside the Timbavati riverbed killing a wildebeest, and I believe that is the largest prey that they can manage to bring down. I'm not sure if they would be able to bring down a zebra, but I'm just thinking if they can manage to catch a wildebeest, surely they could also try a zebra, but most times they normally hunt small antelopes, impalas, steenboks, duikers, sometimes kudu. Only a very huge pack. The bigger in size they become, the stronger the pack is. Only then do they look for bigger antelope or bigger prey species. And again, I think you're asking if they hunt at any time of the day. I think the answer to that is yes. So the dogs, what I've seen with wild dogs is that they take advantage sometimes of the weather, and we know dogs to be daytime animals and to hunt early mornings and late afternoons, and then they rest during the heat of the day. But on days with a full moon, dogs hunt at night, taking advantage of the moon. And I've seen that when the dogs were denning on Ngala 2 years ago and all that. So you'd come early morning and the dogs would be sleeping. And sometimes you come there early mornings and the dogs have just returned from a hunt. So they do take advantage, and they're known to hunt mostly early morning and early afternoon. But on days when it's not too hot, they can hunt during the day as well. Plus, it also depends if they have been successful on the hunt previously. So if they were not successful on the previous hunt, say in the morning they were not successful, and during the day there is an opportunity to hunt and it is not hot at all, I think they do take the opportunity and then go for a hunt. Paula, watching wild dogs hunting, it's incredible. I mean, there are so many things that make it exciting. Driving off-road, trying to keep up with the dogs, it is the most ridiculous thing or the most ridiculous drive that we as guides have to do. Because if you look at how small the wild dogs are, relative compared to the size of the vehicles that we're driving, being able to try and keep up with the dogs, knowing that they just walk underneath the bushes and we have to do loops, but yet we still manage somehow to keep up or work together as a team to try and see if we can still find them. It becomes more exciting when they do the actual chase and they're chasing down the antelopes. I mean, you just see impalas, and I've seen when impalas or any other antelope see a predator, they will often alarm at that predator. When they see a wild dog, they just start running without alarming. They just run and try and get out of that place. And it is that excitement of just seeing antelopes running in all directions and dogs running everywhere. Sometimes you end up not knowing where to go because there's dogs running left and right. And ideally, the strategy at hunting is to confuse the prey species. And I think sometimes that confusion also kicks us, because now I'm trying to figure out where these dogs are going. Have they gone to the left? Have they gone to the right? What's happening and all that? And the next thing, an impala will stop, trying to figure out what's really happening. And at that point, it will be surrounded by the entire pack and it will be too late. It is quite amazing to see. It is a very nice sighting. Mostly rare to see the actual killing of the prey, because it happens so quickly, and by the time we get there, they either have finished feeding, or they're still feeding, they've finished killing, because it happens so fast.
Beautiful skies here in Pridelands. It was a very windy afternoon yesterday. On my way from the north, there was a fire somewhere. I believe it was a controlled burn north of us. But the August winds have arrived, and with them come a little bit of cloud cover that's rolling in. Often leave a very beautiful sign in the sky.
We haven't had much luck yet on our side, but we're taking it very easy along Central. It's incredibly bumpy. But also, Central is a really good road. It actually runs straight into Torchwood, and it's sort of central on both sides. And this was the road that I first got Mareebs when he was mobile with Tandy. I remember I raced Ferrari Safari because it was getting dark, and we just got them crossing in. So Mareebs has been found on Central quite a few times. So we're just going to try, just see if we can see any tracks. I just like to know their whereabouts. I've driven myself crazy with the Djuma clan. I put a message out on the group, I think I told you, but no one replied. Which I'm guessing means that no one knows where they are. No one really actively searches for them. We'll see them one day, and we're lucky that we're getting some sightings of them. We've seen June a lot. We've had brief visuals of the cubs, and Tima a fair bit. But it's ribbon. I want to see. Good old Rib Robs. Where on earth are you? And up here's the nest that we thought the African hawk eagles, not the harrier hawk, the hawk eagles, were going to nest. And it appears they haven't. Paula, you would so love to see Marib's. Me too. I try not to get too head up and always trying to follow the predators, but naturally it's a double-edged sword because we also want to spend time with the animals that we don't get to see so often. For example, the Nkuhumas are a perfect example. And I know some of you got lovely ID shots of who was there yesterday, but it wasn't all the ID shots that we needed. We don't always get to spend time with these individuals. In the Sabi sands, a leopard is not just a leopard. A lion is not just a lion. They all have names and lineages and spot patterns and personalities, that's for sure. That's the nest beaks. And I know for a fact nothing's in it, which is really unfortunate. The monogamous pair of hawk eagles were definitely checking this nest out, and it's actually a beautiful nest, and it really would have given us quite incredible visuals. Look at that. But I've never seen them on it again since, so they've obviously decided to nest somewhere else. Hi, Finn. Sadly, no luck. It would have been a great one to follow. They are winter breeders, so they have obviously just decided to breed somewhere else. I do like following my birds. Batilda is very independent. Yeah. They could still be somewhere around here, but they were definitely building that nest for a while, and for some reason something's deterred them. Okay, as I bumble towards Cheetah Cut Line now, we're going to send you guys over to Rule with these doggies.
It's going to be a game of patience. Just to see if these dogs will move.
Ready to go. The next 30 seconds. Mountain climber.
Kimberly asking how strong is a wild dog's bite. It is actually very, very strong, and with very sharp, very, very thin and sharp teeth that they have, designed to just slice through flesh. So at the bite of a wild dog, most likely that a lot of flesh, they will be able to tear through the muscles and all that, which allows them that whenever they bite or grip, on prey, because imagine when they're hunting, they literally grab onto the impala while it's running. So they have to have enough strength to be able to hold the animal and tear off the flesh while the impala is just trying to pull. So they've got quite a lot of strength behind their jaws and very, very sharp teeth that allows them to cut through the flesh so that when the prey runs, they are left with a chunk that they were holding onto. And if you've got maybe 3 or 4 dogs, both all doing that at one time, it just becomes unbearable. I just wonder if anything has walked through here during the day, like maybe impalas realizing suddenly that there is actually a wild dog sleeping somewhere there. Josh, you're asking if wild dogs grow winter coat. No. So the amount of fur that they have is what they've had throughout. And I can try and see what you imagining there, that if they're like this throughout winter, it's going to be cold. Yeah. I think it's very, very cold for them. So there's no extra coating or extra fur that they'll grow in winter seasons. I think their body should be strong enough by now to be able to withstand any of that. It's quite a beautiful animal. Literally looks like a dog. You see, he was just lifting up his head to have a look around, maybe scanning the area if there aren't any animals approaching, both predator or prey. All that information is valuable to this one pack member, because if it is a prey animal, it means an advantage or an opportunity for them on just knowing which way to move if he gets to see one. And if it's not a prey animal, it's nice to get out of the way before that becomes a problem. I remember earlier on there was a hyena here. I don't think that hyena is here anymore. Looks like it has moved off. Could still be lying down in the distance watching and waiting for these wild dogs to move. But we haven't seen anything from where we've been. All right, I think we'll wait patiently with these dogs and then see if they will give us a bit of activity. And then for now, we'll send you guys over to Steve.
Thanks, Rule. Well, last time I was here with Kat, pretty much last time, we had wild dogs on foot over that side for like, how long, Kat? About an hour and a half. Eventually, we're like, okay, my wild dogs, we're leaving you now. You're going to leave it. Not a common animal to get on foot. They're not that sort of skittish towards us if there's distance. But normally, as we all know, they're just moving. But thankfully, that group went and lay up in the shade. So last night the wind was blowing and pumping and very, very dry. Typical sorts of August winds. And you can probably hear the grass crunching beneath my feet. There's a lot of vegetation. And the wind dries this vegetation out even more. And when these very strong winds come and there's a fire, it can really burn huge amounts of area. And it's why the fire policies in these areas are to put fire breaks in winter, so that when a fire does come on a warm day, very windy day, when conditions are completely out of your favor to fight it, that you've got some form of protection against a runaway fire. But you just look here in this area, there is vegetation everywhere. There's a lot of grass and it's very dry. But a lot of this grass is because of the amount of rain we've had this last year. But it's actually not as much as there could be. There is plenty of grass that can grow. Sometimes grass can be as tall as I am here, and there's a very nice meter for doing so. There's a disc pasture meter, which has got a measurement on it, and it's got a disc. That's circumference. I think it works out to be the circumference is a meter. And you hold it up and you drop it. Same distance, same height. And it falls and it rests on the grass. It gives you a biomass reading. And you do that through a block and you can work out and calibrate how much vegetation you have. And then you know what the biomass is. Because this biomass over here, this grass here, and the cow's all folded over, this is what burns. And when there's a lot of it, this is what can potentially kill trees, especially small baby trees. But as it's falling over like this, it's going through a process known as being moribund. And often we burn to remove this moribund material because when the grass is shading itself out like that, no new grass will grow from underneath. So fire, a very natural process out in these landscapes. But because we live in these landscapes, as lodges, as people, there has to be some form of sort of protection against it. But I reckon this is going to be an interesting fire season, and when a fire does come, everybody's going to jump together to help. So we're just bushwalking down the hill. Last time Achat was here, we didn't get nearly this far away from that side. But last time I was here, we were able to sort of move further and further and further and really just figure out how far the signal on this backpack takes us.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
The scribe here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist, to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when he finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scribe. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
So we just tried to see if we could maybe reposition, get into a different part, and this is one of the other dogs that are here. And I've been looking at him. He looks very different compared to the first one. That first one had a lot more brown on him. As you can see, just prominent brown, a little bit of black on his back and all that. It shows that every marking on these dogs is distinct. All the dogs have got a very distinct pattern, which is only for that one certain individual. Because if you have a look at this one, you'll see he's got a lot more black and white than he does have that brown pattern there. And I would no doubt if we were to get a close-up on the third dog that's here, also he would have his unique coat and colorations. Yeah, it's quite tucked behind the tall grass. Penniken, you're asking what's the biggest pack of wild dogs that I've seen while on drive? Let me think. I think the biggest I've seen was a pack on the northern side of Ngala that had more than 30, I think it was around 34 all pack members altogether. It was one of the most incredible sightings I've had of wild dogs. I remember they were lined up drinking at one of the little pans, which was quite fantastic. It was just a lot of dogs in one place. I think the biggest I've seen was about 34. He looks like he's completely resting after a very long morning, and that long run that they had must have exhausted them. Mano, you're asking if a wild dog would leave a pack to join another pack. Not necessarily, but sometimes dogs do split up. But not one that would leave a pack, not an individual to leave a pack to go and join another pack. That would not happen, as that pack would not accept that one individual. But sometimes the pack splits into smaller groups, or there is what we call an alpha pair. This is an alpha male and an alpha female, which are the only two out of the pack that's allowed to mate or breed. So if any of the other females, which is not the alpha female, conceives, when she gives birth, it's either she abandons her pups or to move with the pack, or abandon the packs to look after her pups. But knowing that wild dogs hunt in packs, it's going to be difficult if she leaves the pups. So what I've seen dogs do is that female will decide to leave the pack to look after her own babies like any mother would, but because she has to hunt on her own while looking after pups, because it's not easy when the whole pack is out hunting, there has to be one pack member that's left at the den site looking after the pups. So if she's out, she's going to be on her own. So that's where it becomes difficult, and I think if she loses the dogs, and then she goes back to the pack, the very same pack, and the pack still will welcome her into the pack again. So I haven't seen where a pack leaves one pack to join another pack, which would be interesting because I think those pack members would get into a fight. And as I've seen wild dogs encountering other wild dogs before fighting. Well, guys, we are going to have to wait. So we'll wait with the dogs here for you guys, and then we'll send you guys to Cedric in Djuma.
Yeah, welcome back with us. After a lot of tracking, we relocated Tavangumi. It was actually the trucks that are so crossing the road earlier. So it was mobile. It's still mobile. I'm so happy. He is a beautiful leopard. The last time I saw him it was quite getting dark already, so it's nice to see him during the day. How beautiful his coat is though. Okay, sorry, I will have to do a bit of driving to follow him. It's not great, let's stop here quickly and see where he's going. It is quite thick here, so there's another car also with us. FBI, you would like to know how big do leopards grow? A big male can grow up to 90 kilogram. That would be a big male, and a female about 60. Can I go? Just that. Yeah, sorry, I was just crossing over now in front of the car. Yeah, a big male leopard will be about 90 kilos. That would be a very nice big male leopard. I'm just concentrating a bit. I don't want to come too close to him now and push him away. So I'm just going to park on the side there. He might climb on that tree. Oh. He's walking just behind the tree. It'd be nice if we can just climb on a tree and stand still for us. Carol is saying, well done, Cedric. Love to see Tavangumi. Yes, thank you. Yeah, it was not a very good leopard stay for me so long at Djuma. I saw Tlalamba quickly, and then we've been very busy with lions. So now it's very, very nice to have been able to find him. It'd be nice if we can see him from the front as well. But I'm sure we'll get an opportunity. Might walk behind that marula tree now. Like he's in the mood to walk behind all the trees. Yeah, let me go forward there. Just watch out there, Dobby. Do you have a visual there? Where can go? Oh, there. And so you would like to know which animal is faster, if I got it well, between a leopard and a wild dog. Yeah, leopard run about 60 kilometers per hour, but they can run on a very short distance at that speed. Wild dog, I think, run similar speed, but they can walk on a longer distance. I will just check the speed of a wild dog, but yeah, it's quite a similar speed, but leopard can't run very long. Okay, so we'll try to follow Tavangumi. In the meantime, we'll send you to the bushwalk.
Hello everybody, we've got a leopard on foot. Heard Impala's alarm calling. Territorial call. It's walking straight towards us on the road. This is incredible. My heart is literally in my mouth. Bolted off there. That is incredible. That is my second leopard on pridelands, and they're very, very jumpy here. But we heard impalas while we were waiting for you to come to us. That gone off into the thickets there. My goodness. Something very, very, very fulfilling about that. And we heard the alarm call. So we thought, let's go see if we can find it. Then we heard the I thought to myself, this is going to come right towards us on the road. Let's just stand right there. And if we'd carried on blundering along, we would have made so much noise. Although the wind was coming towards us, it would have been great. We stood just here. How's that? Okay. Now, I wonder if all of you out there would be able to tell us, using one-word tweet, how that makes you feel. I'm not sure exactly how you saw it, but I was looking through my binoculars and it was... No, we're not going to get him again, Nelson. He saw us and ran off. That was a leopard behaving naturally. That's not habituated. As soon as he saw us, I saw him bolt off into the thickets there. Oh my word, that is just very, very special. What a beautiful male. So send to your one-word tweet how that makes you feel, and we can catch up with you when you come back.
is day 1 of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition. And our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
It's either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Sorry, we're trying to find the best way to view him nicely. It is quite thick here. It did look like it was interested of climbing trees. You can hear probably Impala's alarm calling now. So yeah, I've been spotted by some Impalas. He's moving. Yeah, it's not easy when you do off-roading and following a leopard that's on the move. It can get quite tricky. Let me try if I can go that way. I might have to reverse. Will you be fine there?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just checking if we can fit in here. We should not lose him because there's another car as well with us following him. Yeah, sorry about that. It is quite a thick block. And you have some trees which is very hard in that block, like the red bush willows, for example, monkey orange. It took it a bit tricky. Can't see him anymore at the moment. He is walking down there. Okay, so we will continue now. Sorry, I apologize. It's a bit of a chaos, this block. But we will send you to Steve so long, who is on the bushwalk.
Thanks, Cedric. There's something very special about a leopard on foot, and we just come to find his tracks. I also saw how fast he was walking. There's the back, here the front foot. Not very clear one. There's the back foot over there. Very, very clear. See, it's easily 10 centimeters. Don't confuse it with a female. There's a big boy, that one. He was a big boy. I don't know if any of you got a good look at him. If we have any IDs of leopards in this area, but nice big male leopard, and he walked straight over here, and we were just talking to ourselves now and figuring out what it is that had happened, because he just suddenly decided to turn off the road here. Nothing that we did, Maybe there's a game path here that he was looking to go for, but he had just started moving off, and we were just behind the bushes over there, watching him come walking around. Now, it's been a while since I've gotten that excited, but I could feel my heart just in my ears while I was talking to all of you, just going. Really nice to be able to observe one's heart rate and how it changes. So he came here, and then he just bolted into the drainage. Perfect habitat for a leopard. And so interesting that he was calling at this time of day. It's because the impalas had started shouting at him. FGR, I'm not certain what the population is here, but it's high. I mean, leopards are very common throughout the Kruger, and in all these private reserves in and around, leopard numbers have never really changed. Just knowing exactly how many would require a survey or would require camera traps. And I think there's definitely work in progress with regards to that. The guy on the ground here, Morris, who tracks leopards every day, he reckons there's probably about 7. But in saying that, they also can come and go, and they can also live outside the reserves and come back in again. But this territorial male, walking along this road, he was claiming his spot. I've heard him before, because this road, if we go back, takes us straight back to the eco-training camp, just to Ndlovu Dam. And so he was claiming his area here. And then guess where we lost him? In the long grass. So the grass, as we were talking about just before, plays such an important role. Obviously, it's a food source for many animals. If I just show you over here, let's go. Did he call again? So he's calling again on the other side of the drainage now. That soaring panthera call of a leopard. Very, very awesome to have that. And what was the time? It was 3:30 when we heard a leopard calling in the middle of the day, 4:45. Lorna, well, that's exactly it. Vegetation, bush density is a very important element in bushwalking. When it's very, very thick, it's not really ideal to walk. Fire is a very important driving force for removing a lot of this material to make it easier to see. But when the vegetation is very dense and very overgrown, you have to think very carefully about walking, and then you generally walk in more open areas as the season goes on and further, especially in wet years. You have to wait for areas like this for the animals to physically trodden the grass down. See, that's all been trampled. That was all standing up at one point. So when the grass is all this tall, it's very difficult to walk around safely. You make a lot of noise, you get covered in ticks, and eventually as the season wears on, these areas become more and more open, more and more accessible. When I went to Porphyria in 2014, there'd been a big flood the year before, and the vegetation was unbelievably thick. It took me about 4 months to be able to walk in areas that I hadn't dared walk in before. But after 4 months, the elephants and the buffalo had mowed the lawn and pushed the vegetation flat, and it became a lot more accessible. So these areas change. That's also what makes it quite exciting being here, is how the vegetation changes, how it goes through these stages of dryness, wetness, high moisture, low moisture, drought. And so we do get a different sort of structures in the vegetation here. But we'd love to hear for your one-word tweets when you come back to us just now about how seeing a leopard like that for you on foot might have felt for us. It was absolutely sensational, but we're going to send you back over to Djuma and Lauren.
It's never a good day in the Lowveld if you haven't seen elephants. This herd have just crossed over from Chitwa, and they are heading into Torchwood, which means we probably won't follow them too far. But it's nice to just listen to them walking through, because the grass is so dry, the vegetation is so dry, there's literally no moisture. It crunches. It's almost like wrapping paper as the elephants walk. It's just such a delightful sound to listen to.
Go ahead. Where are you now for?
especially the way the elephants are right now. There's enough greenery that does contain moisture. There's enough water in the dams. It's been a cold winter with that cold front, but it's really starting to warm up now. It's really happy times. Okay, I'm going to try and stay with these elephants. If not, we'll head to Chitwa. But I believe Cedric's got another view of Tavangumi.
So we're still following him. He's still highly mobile. So it is not super easy. As you see, we just saw him quick and then he's moving again. So unfortunately, I need to go again and speak. It's funny, as every time we stop, he starts moving again. You have him. Moving that side. Yeah, there it is in front of us. Yeah, sorry, I apologize if I don't talk too much sometimes. It's just lots of concentrating and with the driving and trying to locate the leopard again. Not sure if I need to go outside. Looks like he's a bit looking around, so he might be a bit hungry. I would like him maybe to stop at least for a few minutes where we can have a good look at him. It looks like he doesn't want to stop. Okay, so we'll send you back to Lauren and hopefully we'll get a better shot of him.
We're also trying to get a better view of the elephants. I'm wondering if we should go up ahead. It's not really the most ideal spot they're in, but we'll try. There we go. I'm very glad Finotti picked up Tavangumi once again. I need that leopard to hunt. Cedric, get that hunt. He's hungry. Can you work with this? Tavangumi's hungry, not Cedric. Cedric might be hungry too, but Tavangumi's hungry. I really, really want to him to spend more time on Djuma. He just really flits and flirts along the boundary line in a really tricky spot for us. So we need him to hunt and stick around, and we can spend more time with him. But earlier I was just touching on the elephants and their nature right now. And it's purely observational from my point of view. I don't have anything to back it up, but it's just a completely different energy from the elephants this winter than I've experienced with them in previous winters. And we did have water around last year, but this has definitely been the most plentiful winter. In terms of the smaller pans and puddles and holes are definitely empty, but the bigger dams, all of them contain water, every single one of them. Bohosuk, Twin, Treehouse, Sydney's, Gowrie, Simba Dam, all the dams in Bohosuk, Torchwood Dam, Chitwa Dam. Water is really just flowing for all the animals out here. And a lot of the vegetation is still retaining on to their leaves. The evergreens naturally will, but even some of the deciduous is not barren. Happy tummies, happy animal. Survival out here really all comes down to food and water. And food and water will allow you to survive but also thrive in terms of reproduce, and that's exactly what all organisms want to do. So if you imagine those resources are limited or unavailable, that will cause stress. And you can visibly see that in organisms. Animals do experience stress. It's definitely not the same way that humans do, that's for sure. But they do experience stress. Michelle, you love the peaceful giants. They're definitely not always peaceful, I must say, but yes, watching them when they're calm is really quite something. And going back to stress in animals, the sort of way I remember it is using that word stress. And the S can stand for situations that release emergency signals for survival. And that's really what stress is, and that's how you can remember it. And it occurs when any organism really has to make extreme or prolonged, I guess, physiological and behavioral adjustments in order to cope with their environment. Drought, flooding, extremely cold temperatures, extremely hot temperatures. And they say that animals can experience 3 types of stress, and one is physical, fatigue, overexertion, injuries. Physiological, which would be hunger, thirst, temperature, sort of thermoregulation issues, what I just mentioned, too hot, too cold, or behavioral. And this is normally down to environment, the things that are happening around that organism, possibly unfamiliar settings, unfamiliar interactions with other species, or just general unfamiliar surroundings. And any factor that causes stress is called stressors. And there's a whole number of stressors out here in the wild. Each and every organism, from your smallest little insect to your big, ginormous pachyderms, look at that, there's a brave drongo, can experience stress.
coming. I'll stand and go ahead.
And the animal's ability, no matter if you're a little mosquito or an elephant, that organism's ability to cope with the stress depends on the genetic background, genetic makeup, and also the animal's past experience. Think about those animals that are skittish, don't like to be around vehicles, like Mowati. Oh, BK, these views are just stunning. Although Mowati is believed to sort of be getting better, think of that. Think of why it is. It's most likely due to past experience with vehicles. See that youngster's trying to suckle. That's not the most pleasant of smells. Okay. We're going to stay here as long as we can with these elephants, and we're going to send you guys over Mr. Tavangumi.
welcome back. Still busy following Tavangumi. It is getting very hard now. The ground is very bumpy here and it is still thick. But we're trying our best to get a good view. It looks like he's in the mood to hunt. Let us stop here. Looks like he spotted something in front there. He's a beautiful leopard. I will do my best to try to follow him as long as I can. But I don't know if you can see behind him here, but it's very, very thick. Okay, let's move again. It is not the ideal spot to follow him. And there's a lot of aardvark holes in this area, so I need to be careful to not drive in one of those holes. That would be quite funny. For you, I assume, not for me. Yeah, I don't have any visual at the moment. Let me go in that direction where it was moving towards to. There's another vehicle with me at the sighting, so it'll make it a little bit easier sometime to relocate him. I'm not sure where it went now. That's not the ideal situation now, following a vehicle and trying to relocate him. I think I'm going to go outside. Oh. Oh, it's getting thicker and thicker in front there. Would be like I'm begging him to just stop at least for 10 minutes on termite mount or something, but we can have a nice look. I don't have any visual now, Davy. The thing is that he was looking in one direction. Maybe he starts stalking some prey. I can't go forward at the moment. There's a vehicle in front of me. Okay, we'll try to relocate him, hopefully. And yeah, and hopefully get a better look of him.
Alright, so I thought it would be best for us to leave those wild dogs. Didn't look like they were gonna be getting up anytime soon to do anything at all. So there are tracks of some buffalo where I'm driving. That's why I'm taking a very slow drive to see if maybe we'll be able to see one or two of these guys anywhere nearby. There is a quarry coming up ahead with water. I would not be surprised if these animals were heading down for a drink at the quarry. So there's nice fresh dunks and fresh tracks of the buffalo from some time today. Well, there isn't anything at the watering hole. I was hoping maybe we'd get to see one or two of these massive buffalo bulls down here for a drink. However, it looks like there are some impalas that are drinking at the water. So let's see if when we get there, we'll get a visual of them.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Pridelands, where if you've missed the last little while, you would have missed that Gat, myself and Ino, our trusty backup, had a leopard on foot. First one for me on Pridelands, first one for me in a while, first one for Gat ever. Is that right, Gat? And first one for Ino. Our hearts are still digesting and beating quite nicely. Feels very good, feels very good. Vori says supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. That's what it was for you. Well, that is a very good way of summing that up. I nearly had to take a breath in the middle of that. But there's something quite, I don't know what it is, everybody. It's obviously very welcoming to arrive back at a property, to be blessed with a sighting like that. Very, very blessed. Very, very high energy. Find a leopard on foot. Obviously, you know, bear in mind, everybody, that leopards are potentially dangerous animals. So, for the most part, though, they are quite skittish and move away from you. Guy's breathless. Yes, Guy. Well, we are catching our breath, but we've come to a very pretty place, a nice area where we're going to get some beautiful views in a little while when the sun gets a bit lower. But bear in mind that leopards are, you know, potentially dangerous. And if a leopard is old or sick or injured, invariably could play quite a risky business for anybody. But a male leopard that's calling territorially like that, he is big and strong and in his prime, and he's got absolutely no reason to confront us. He would always move off while walking like that. The only time leopards are likely to confront you when they're in their prime is if they've got a kill or if they're mating. Obviously, or if a female's got cubs. So those are sort of overriding drivers in their day-to-day sort of existence. And that male leopard is just walking. He's being territorial. The reason he's being territorial is to avoid conflict with other males. So he's not looking for a fight, but if another male leopard did pop into his area and cause trouble, he would give him as much of his vigor and his testosterone as he could without physically trying to fight. So typical of a male leopard to move off like that. But we were talking earlier about how he hadn't seen us, hadn't heard us, the wind was good, the light was good, but that sixth sense of these animals, something wasn't right. And he just veered off the road. And then a scrubber here erupted out of the bushes next to us. I think it made us all jump slightly. And I didn't really notice it too much, but I think we all lifted a little bit off the ground because the scrubber here erupted right here. And so that might have caused him to move off. Dickie, you say priceless. Yes, indeed, priceless. Very special. Very, very special. I'd love her. Some of you do cut little highlights for me and send it through. Please do feel free. I'm not sure if you could even hear me talking during that. I was trying to whisper as softly as possible. When it comes to leopard on foot, when we're walking, generally you're walking and you see a leopard and he runs, they run away. But we called that one perfectly in the fact that the impalas were further away than we thought, And then we were like, let's get to the road. Let's see if we can get there quickly. Let's see if we can find a leopard. And then we heard him calling. And we were out on the road. And I thought to myself, his calling is closer to those impala. So we just hid in that little bush there. And must have been, 10 seconds? Wow. Oh, do you have a word, Gert?
Lekker.
Lekker. Gert says lekker. You know, you have a word. He's still jumping up and down, actually. Jumping up and down. Laris is outstanding. Outstanding. I'll leave Benno to think about it. He's only 19 years old, all the way from Germany. He's just seen a leopard on foot today. He's digesting. I'm sure he's going to be telling certain people later. He can't wait to log it. You know, when you're logging hours and training to be a professional guide on foot, it's all about logging. It's all about writing down what you do, how far you walked. And that encounter, what's called the dangerous game encounter, is the deliberate approach on a big game animal on foot, deliberately, which means you're deliberately trying to find that animal or avoid that animal, whatever it might be. Even if you bump one, there's still processes that go in because you're generally walking in a certain way for safety, wind, all that sort of stuff. So we made a very deliberate approach right there in the moment. It didn't take very long to decide. It was a quick decision. And so now he's going to go back. He's going to log all of that for me to sign later. So it's all a learning curve. It's all about how did I do what I did? That was perfect. Sometimes it doesn't work out like that. And then you learn lessons. What did I learn? What did I not learn? What was the best thing about this walk? What was the favorite thing? All the conditions in your favor. The light was behind us. Yes, Gert did a great job, and all the viewers are commenting on Gert's great job. It's not easy, everybody, to get it's frightening. Gert's hands were shaking. I'm joking. Steady as a rock, eh? I mean, it. So when you're logging in a logbook like that, the light for us was great. The light was in the leopard's eyes. You could probably see he was squinting a bit. The wind was blowing strongly towards us, and we had good cover. So everything was pretty much in our favor. So that's about as good as it gets. About as good as it gets. Welcome back to Pridelands. I'm here until the 9th, so hoping to get you all sorts of wonderful things in the coming days. But while we sit longer and just continue to digest, we're going to send you back over to Rule.
All right, so we are out here looking for a marula tree that had a leopard earlier this morning with an impala carcass up the tree. So I'm not sure. I'm going to try and see if we can find this marula tree and then see if the carcass is still up there. And if not, we'll turn around and head back out. I'm going to head back to the central parts. I can see the described area, and I just don't see a carcass up the tree, and I don't see a leopard anywhere around it. I'll try and get a little bit closer, see if we'll get to see anything. Maybe you could have brought the carcass down onto the ground. Guys, I'm gonna do one loop around there, and if we don't see anything, we're gonna have to turn around and then head back down to the central parts. But the description I got of the area was a marula tree with a termite mound next to it that you could see from the road. And this marula tree with a termite mound next to it fits the description perfectly. But I do not see a carcass. They did mention that it was a very unrelaxed leopard. So it's also possible that he would have moved the carcass to a different area. It's always a worry when a leopard brings down a carcass from a tree, because anything like hyenas can get it. I'll try again to look for this leopard for you guys. Let's send you guys to Cedric for now, who has got his leopard with, and hopefully in the meantime we'll find that one.
Driving through this block, we're quite close to him now. I'm going to stop. He's coming in the open area here, and the sun is getting, the light is getting very nice, but it keeps on facing away from us, so it's not that easy. It definitely looks like he's interested to hunt. So I'll just check also while driving and looking for him. Wild dog speed will be a little bit faster than a leopard, and also they can keep that speed a longer time. Okay, he's on the move again. Hopefully we'll join Gary Main soon and not cross. But at least if you can walk on the road a bit, it will be nice for us. So I'm just trying to contact that vehicle that was looking for him. It would be great if you can come and sit on that termite mound now. That would be a nice gift after all the hard work of following him. I'm just keeping my distance just to give him a bit of space. Oh, don't go on that side. Okay, let me try to go around quickly because it might be a nice view from there. And are you asking how long can
All right, looks like we're getting no luck in finding this leopard. So we're gonna slowly start making our way back to the central parts of the reserve. But it looks like this is not a bad place for a leopard to come and attempt a hunt. You can see they just disappeared. Some impalas that are around here. There is water here, there is a lot of antelopes, making it a very nice place for a leopard to want to be at. Let's just see if we can also get some nice birds down here for a drink. see for now there's a dove and a blacksmith lapwing that I'm looking at. Let's see if we can get maybe the lapwing, because the dove just took off. All right. I think Cedric has managed to find that leopard again, so I'll send you guys back to Djuma.
How beautiful is that? Finally, after driving more than half an hour following him in that very thick block, he decided to stop. And what is beautiful is facing the sun, so we can have a beautiful look at him. That was quite an adventure to get up to here. Oh, I knew he was going to do that now. Oh, yeah. Oh, decided to face the other way, so I might have to reposition quickly. Look like he's not very happy with us this afternoon. Okay, let me just try to go around that side and see if we can get a better look. Well, I think we'll definitely get a better look. Can't get a worse look than that. Okay, we're going to reposition and see if we can get a better look. If it's that branch now, or...
Kate Gilman Williams is an 11-year-old girl from Austin, Texas, and we think she's amazing. At only 7 years of age, Kate went on safari and since then has become part of a new generation of kids who are fighting for animals. She has written a book, offered extensive support for a number of conservation projects, and recently teamed up with Microsoft to start a club. Kate believes that advocacy has no age limit, and that if she waits until she's an adult, then it may be too late. Join Kate, who has traveled from Texas to sit with Lauren at the fire to discuss her work and how her generation can become part of the solution.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back with us. So I think the sun was a bit warm on him, so he decided to lie in the shade and face in the other direction. From what I can see now, he look a bit lazy. Just looking around. It is nice for them to sit on a termite mount to have a good advantage point and look what's around. Especially if they want to hunt. Obviously they can put themselves in a position where the prey can see them. It looked like he's getting a bit sleepy now. Yeah, he's a beautiful leopard. Yeah, I'm very happy that we have been able to relocate him from this morning. Yeah, I've been walking because where Lauren left him this morning and where we found him, it was not too far, but about 500 meters. But he was on the move. What a beautiful animal, huh? It'd be nice if you can look at us a bit. It's getting quite sleepy. Well, yeah, I've been walking a lot now. It was really a challenge to follow him in that block. How beautiful is that? I guess this is why most of the people love leopards, huh? Yes, this leopard is gorgeous. I agree with some of your comments there. So when I saw him the first time, it was getting dark, so I couldn't see very well, because also we had to put the infrared on when we were alone with him, and he walked just past me and stopped just right next to me. So it's so nice to see him in that light now and see how beautiful he is. Looked like it's going to be quite a nice big leopard. If I'm not mistaken, it's about 3 years old. Looked like it's going to get sleepy again, but I'm sure it will start moving again shortly. I really like seeing leopards in the afternoon. It's a bit of pity now he's lying in the shade, but when we lie in the sun, this afternoon sun is really beautiful. And what is nice now is the sun is setting quite early. But the good thing, it stays the beautiful light from around 4 o'clock to 5:30. So we have a long time of a beautiful light. Okay, so in the meantime, we'll sit here and we'll send you to Steve on the bushwalk.
Well, thanks, Cedric. Tavangumi, what a beautiful young male. Disperse the male, looks like he's trying to set up a territory there up in Djuma. There's been some suggestions that the male leopard we saw here is potentially the Shumungwe male. I don't know. I haven't seen any. I've seen one leopard once here very briefly, a little bit of the back of the leopard. And yeah, this was a big territorial male. So Shumungwe is the Tsonga name for the Batelea, the Shumungwe. So we've got the Shumungwe female as well in Djuma, the lioness that always hangs around Msumbili, her and her little cub. So Shumungwe always the first ones to find the meat. Well, we thought we might just allow you to sit back and enjoy just a bit of a view here in the drainage line with these dead leadwood trees.
We are having the most incredible sighting, really. The hippos at Chitwa Dam with the croc. My goodness. It's just two of the most unlikely animals just chilling together. I mean, they're not really enemies. And they were sleeping just a moment ago, but they've all stood up. Obviously not the croc. But they're still just hanging out, you know, having the best time. And this just shows you, yes, there are examples on the internet of crocodiles injuring hippos and vice versa. That's most likely building on that. Oh, look at the calf. Hello. Too cute. It's most likely building on that topic of stress. Animals react to their surroundings. When the water levels are low, perhaps there's not many fish around for the crocodile. Perhaps the vegetation is completely dried out and non-existent for the hippos. There's not enough room inside the dam. That's when clashes will happen. What's up, little one? But otherwise, the water levels are extremely high. Chitwa Dam is so full. As I mentioned with the elephants, the vegetation is still moist and lush and nutritious, some of it. There's plenty of space. And therefore, really, I mean, they're literally just relaxing in the exact same spot. They have no need to worry about one another. I mean, crocs, the bulk of their diet is fish. Hippos are herbivores. Yes, they've been known to nibble on carrion, and there's examples of them, you know, sometimes scavenging. But really, they are herbivores, so they're not competitors. They just share the same space. And crocs are opportunistic. They are. And if they do see an opportunity of an injured calf or a calf that's alone and struggling, they will take that. This is such a wonderful sighting. I'm going to sit here a little bit longer, but we're going to send you guys over to Rule.
All right, guys, we just managed to find a spotted hyena lying down right next to the road. It's amazing how she didn't even move when we got here. This is one animal that I think a lot of people don't really like, but it is rather a fascinating creature. I mean, most animals don't have the tracking abilities that this animal has. And for right now, for example, we're looking for that leopard with the carcass. Had we had a hyena on our side, it would have been much easier to find that, provided we would get to the last position and all that. But it's an interesting, because they have a very different social structure than what most animals would have. For example, the hyenas are led by a matriarch, which is the female. Females are much bigger than the males, which is mostly opposite to what other animals would be like. And the females are the ones that would pick a mate in terms of which male she's going to mate with, which of course also is a little bit different. But when she gives birth, you'll see if she's got a young male and a young female from the litter, the female will start dominating that young male at an early age. So the females are the ones that portray dominance over the males than the males portraying dominance, whereas it is like in other species. So it's quite interesting to see how this species has survived. Plus, knowing the hyenas out here, hyenas are not known to hunt, but in some places they do get to hunt, and out here they just decide to scavenge because there's a lot of predators around in the area. So they're very interesting animals to watch it.
We're still sitting with Tavangumi. He's still sitting on that termite mound there. Not much has happened since we went off here. So now he's giving us a beautiful yawn. There's a vehicle approaching the sighting now. So if you hear a bit of noise, I apologize for that. I'm going to stay quiet and enjoy this beautiful view. Oh, here we go again. How beautiful is that? He just passed very close to the car. He's currently moving south again. That was very, very close to the car. It was awesome. Okay, so I think we'll go on a rumble again. So we're going to follow him and see if we can relocate him so he can help us. Thanks.
FFs. You guys.
Till leading also back off to Puerto.
It's really not all about the predators. It's sightings like this that also just blow my mind. They've obviously got their own little niche up there. And of course, this island, this embankment at Chitwa, you can see the lodge in the background, it probably retains heat, and it does get cold quickly. I've already put my first layer on. BK put his on quite a while ago. And it gets cold, so by lying here for all of them, they're probably just trying to get a little bit of warmth. The water will be cold. They will go in the water, but they're also not risking their skin burning or the skin drying up or dehydration, because they do have that really, really fine epidermis that renders them completely sensitive to the sun. So at least in winter, yes, it's still the sun, the rays are still strong, you do have to wear sunscreen, but it's not as strong and it's not as hot for the hippo's skin. They all look so sleepy. They are nocturnal. Now this is their time of rest. Although we see them in the water, they are resting. Carla, you're saying, oh, baby hippos are cute. They are, they're so cute. Cute aggression taking place right here. You're just so squidgy and chubby and chunky all at the same time. But naturally they do grow into such monstrous animals. I mean, hippos are huge. When you see a hippo next to the car outside of the water, they're massive. Now you've got endotherm here and then an ectotherm, and it's just so endearing to see them all lying like this. The hippodile, or the crockpo. I like hippodile. No, but really, I am teasing. They're not friends. They're not in a symbiotic relationship. It's literally just cohabiting the same space. Being on this island is probably the warmest part of this little embankment, this little, call it an island. And it's probably the most comfortable part, and they are no threat to one another. They're just very familiar with one another. We did see, I think it was Tristan's side, and it was awful, with the male hippo killing the calf. Oh, it was terrible. And the calf, unfortunately, wasn't dead, but it wasn't able to walk. His legs were broken. And a croc did come in and take that calf under. So crocs are opportunistic, but in a scenario like this, the croc's on land. They're not the best on land. They're more agile in water. There's 3 hippos, much larger than the croc, and it's winter. The croc is probably needing to get every little bit of warmth and solar energy into its body. So the sort of likelihood of anything happening here is very, very low. But you can hear all the birds. The swallows are skimming the water, oxpeckers. Rek, I believe it is. I can't remember who Vlad and Boris are. I believe they were named long ago, but it didn't really continue. It could be one of them. I'm guessing it is one of them. But yes. It's absolutely missing the tip of its tail. And it's a crocodile that we do know. I'm pretty sure it's Vlad that's missing the tip of his tail. And I say here because I'm pretty sure Vlad is the male. But with crocodiles, sex identification is really difficult. You either have to get a good look at their genitalia or see them mating, and then you know. But I'm pretty sure this is Vlad, but I also could be wrong. Look at that adult hippo just sleeping. See that? Eyes are closed. Oh, eyes are open. You are awake, crocodile. That's good. You can see a little bit of blood on the croc's mouth. I'm not sure if it's an injury or just from food. But it looks like there's a little bit of blood there on the lower jaw. And with crocodiles, both the males and the females have internal sex organs. And that's why it's so difficult to tell them apart. Sorry, Elton, I can only hear my own voice there one more time. So that's from external features alone. It's very, very difficult with crocs. Michael Fleetwood, hello there. You were saying it's always a treat to see the crocodiles, absolutely. Especially when they're right next to the hippos. And we don't always see the crocs when we come down to Chitwa. So when we get views like this, you're right, it's always a treat. Sometimes you have some really busy drives. This morning drive following Tavangumi was very, very hard. And sometimes it's nice to just come by a water body and just sit. You literally never know what's going to show up. Sometimes nothing. And then sometimes everything. I scratched along Dairimain, Mulvanini, all the areas that I do know Merleebs likes, or he used to. But now we're sort of approaching golden hour, so I'm going to continue scratching around for him in a bit. I'm also going to visit Gwen's den a little bit later, see if anything's happening at that side. Okay, we're going to sit here a little bit longer and then start scratching around for any signs of the spots. But for now, we're going to send you across to Steve.
Well, welcome back, everyone, as this magic of the landscape is just unfolding in front of us. The sun setting in the west, sorry. Always a nice moment to just reflect on the week past, the day ahead of you, the week to come. We are into August already, can you believe it? August 2021. What a time to be alive. Allow you to just enjoy that scene. A few minutes.
One thing that WildEarth strives to achieve is to connect kids with our natural world. One person who agrees with this is Kate, an 11-year-old girl who founded Kids Can Save Animals to help inspire her generation to help mend the planet. Her motto is that kids may be young, but age does not define your impact. Kate is coming all the way from America to join us at Djuma for a live safari. She wants to connect with all of the WildEarth kids, answer your questions, and help you understand that there are plenty of ways that you can make a difference regardless of your age. So join us on the 4th of August at 2:30 p.m. Central African Time for a very special kids safari.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. The competitors are now doing the Heel's halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We haven't quite been able to tear ourselves away yet. Oh. There's just such beautiful scenes in front of me. I'm quite intrigued because if you look at 1 o'clock in this sort of thicket here in this fallen over tree, right in the center of it, I'm not sure if you can see, here there's a bird. I've been trying to ID this bird, and I'm really... I'm not sure I'm going to be able to identify it from this sort of angle. Are any of you guys able to identify it? It's not the grey heron. It's not the greenback heron. It's not a bittern. I don't know what it is. It's very tricky when you can't really see size, the face, the head, the eye colour. But if any of you are aware of what it could be, please let us know. I might try and reposition in a bit, but we're very much enthralled by this hippodile crockpaw party. It's very entertaining. A lot of vehicles have just swung by to also have a look at this sighting. I think hippo tracks are the best tracks in the bush. For me, they're just fabulous. Fiona, I'm asking you. I don't know. I don't know what bird it is. I'm thinking about repositioning once the vehicle behind us leaves. I really don't know. Possibly. It looks like it could be a heron, but I don't know. I'm intrigued, though. I don't immediately recognize it. I mean, your common herons around here. I didn't catch that name, but there's a suggestion that it could be a a black night heron. Was that correct? I'm not familiar with the black knight. I know the white-backed, I know the black-crowned, and I also know the black-headed, but I'm not familiar with the black-crowned night heron. I'm wondering if it's that too. Do you know that? I think you could be right. White body, dark wings. It looks heron-shaped, but I honestly don't know, and we can't reposition right now. Black-crowned night heron. I think you're right. But I don't know. If it is, it's a first for me. I'll need to add it to my bird list. You know, the eye colour, because black-crowned, I used to call them black-crowned heron, but black-crowned night herons have red eyes, and it's quite obvious. So I wonder, what do you think about going forward a little bit, Beaks? Do you think so? Okay, I don't know if this is going to work, everyone, but we've got to try. Bear with us. What about here, Beaks? Let's try. I think you could be right. Oh dear. This has not really worked that well, I'm afraid. Let's go a little bit further forward. I'm determined to get an ID. I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to get it now. The white body with the dark wings would suggest that it looks very heron-esque, but I honestly don't know if it's exactly that bird. But that's very cool if it is. Love adding new birds to my list. I'm not entirely sure we can do anything better than this view. Many of you are convinced it's the black-crowned night heron. I think so. Definitely not the other herons, the sort of more common ones we get around here. I really do think so. They're nocturnal. I'm sure you possibly guessed that from the term night. Donald, do you hope that Marives makes an appearance? Me too. But I really don't know his whereabouts. I'm just about to show you the heron, just in case some of you are not familiar. Some of you may be, but some of you may not be. So this is the heron that I think it is. That's better views. Have you seen a red eye? Nice work, BK. And that's why we're not seeing much movement, because they are nocturnal. Okay, everyone. This down here at the very, very bottom, Beaks number 5, is a black-crowned night heron. You see that red eye, which we can't really see, but the dark wings and in the white chest. I think it's definitely that one. Ah, nice. Okay. I do love a bit of bird watching at Chitwa, and that's why it's nestled in here, because it is nocturnal and it's just roosting. It's staying completely sedentary. Ah, red eye! Yes, it is! Hello, you. I'm going to add you to my bird list immediately. I am doing it right now. So lovely. It's been really worth coming to Chitwa. I do think I'm going to scratch around, though. I think now is the time that animals are going to start moving. 10 past 5. Sun is going down. It's golden hour. It's getting a little bit chilly. And we're just going to bumble around and check the roads. You never know, Donald. Maribs might be here. He also might not. There was a lot of activity on Chitwa yesterday. The Nkuhumas were right here. The cheetah was right here. And they can move all in close proximity with one another, but the leopards are going to sort of escape and avoid an entire pride of lions. Okay, we're going to scratch around Chitwa now. Wish me luck. Let's hope we can finally catch up with Mr. Maribs.
Welcome back with us. We left Tavangumi. He went deeper in the block and it was very thick. So I think for now we're going to drive slowly towards Gary Dam, maybe check what's happening there. Maybe even check Treehouse Dam actually. And just bumble around. It was very nice spending some time with Tavangumi. It was not easy, I must say, until he stopped on that termite mount. It is getting a little bit cooler now. Okay, we're going to sit here and see what we can hear. That's what we're losing signal, so it's better to keep the signal with us. Yeah, so we drove around here with Tavangumi actually. Okay. Crossing into these blocks, which was quite thick sometimes. And now the sun is also starting to go quite low, so the colors is still beautiful. Can't hear much at the moment, no alarm calls. It is very quiet here. Even if you have to stop sometime because of signal, it is quite good to stop and just listen around and see if we can hear anything. Okay, as soon as we can move, we'll continue on that road and maybe go check Treehouse Dam.
Talk about a true definition of a golden sunset. That's what I think that is. it's just one of those moments that you can't really say anything about it or say anything to define it, and just to enjoy it. The outlining of the trees, the clouds, the color is just stunning. It's always nice to come and find a nice area with a very good view to enjoy the sunset. Sometimes it's cloudy and sometimes it's a lot of obstacles along the way, and sometimes we get caught up in our own things that we forget to sit and enjoy and appreciate this beauty, because this is one of the most beautiful things about nature. It's not being able to know how wildly or how crazy or how bright colored the sky will be for that sunset. It's so nice to see that since we've been here, you can see that the sun has moved from that cloud cover all the way down now almost towards the trees. I think we'll still sit down here and watch the sun go down, and then we'll send you guys to Djuma in the meantime.
come back with us. So unfortunately we had to leave Tavangumi. He started walking in an area which was very, very thick. Just for the little story, while we were waiting, he just walked down the termite mound and walked very close to the car, so it was quite nice. Unfortunately, we couldn't show that to you as we were not on air. So I think what we will do now, we're currently driving on Philemon's cut line. We might check, actually maybe we will go a bit north, maybe towards Gari Dam, and see what's happening there. I might change my mind again, but I think we can go check that side. Sorry, I don't know if I got the name. You would like to know if Tavangumi is territorial yet. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with him, but it have been quite seen a lot in the northern part of Djuma and southern part of Buffelshoek. So yeah, maybe he's starting to set his territory around here. I know that he's from the Singita area, which is quite far from here. But he liked this northern west section of Djuma and southern part of Buffelshoek, from what I heard. So hopefully he will settle his territory around here, but as you know, male leopard's territory can be very, very big, up to 100 square kilometers, but it's generally around 15 square kilometers. And we have a beautiful little herd of wildebeest now on Philemon's cut line. Yeah, waiting for them to move on, but we can continue on our journey. It's nice to look at them. The lions was not too far from here, but 2 days ago. Well, yesterday actually. And we were hoping that we might try to hunt some buffaloes that was very close to here as well. There is a beautiful sunset at the moment, so maybe I will just turn around and show that to you. Look at that. It is one of the best times of the day. It is quite iconic. Sunset in the bush. Okay, I think our wildebeest have left the road now, so we will be able to continue. Yeah, so what we're hoping now, we know that the lions are currently not around here, so but we never know, we can bump into one. But we are trying to hope for another leopard. I didn't want to disturb them too much. Yeah, so let's continue and see what we can find. I really like Philemon's cut line. I'm not sure it's because I saw lions quite often here, or it's just the road is nice and it's also nice and wide, so it's nice and open. There's always animal around here. Okay, so we're going to continue here. In the meantime, we're going to send you to Lauren, if I got it correctly, who is on a bumble.
We've scratched all the roads. Actually, I'm changing my mind, guys. I'm thinking as I'm talking. There's one more road I want to check that I haven't checked. And I'm going to do a U-turn. I've checked all the other roads. And once you've checked the roads, you know you checked them. So if there's tracks there in the morning, you know it was a fresh canvas, a blank canvas last night, and therefore if there's tracks in the morning, you know it's fresh. Wendy makes lots of interesting noises these days. Don't you, Wendeline? This is a mulwanini down here, not the mulwati, the mulwanini. And this is where Mareeb spent the majority of his time when he was a little bit younger. Shasha also enjoys it here. Drainage lines are worth checking. We haven't quite hit that time yet, but very shortly the human eye is going to struggle. Or at least my eyes. Okay, we're just doing one last loop around Chitwa Open. If we don't get lucky, we'll head back into Juma. A young male leopard's been found up in Buffelshoek on the cut line, actually. That's not been recognised. No one recognises him. But sadly, it's a little bit far out of our reach. This is the open area, the open plains. It's always worth just looking. This is where the cheetah was last night, where Mareeb's has been found. Okay, I'm gonna keep just really, really slowly searching this open area, and you never know, we might get lucky.
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and it was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. Now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. Got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of it, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back with us. So we're reaching quarantine now. I'm a bit confused now because I saw some lions tracks on the road, but I'm not sure if it's very fresh. I will look around because most of the lions are not on Djuma, so maybe there's one lion alone roaming around here. It's probably the Talamatis yesterday who walk around here, but it didn't look that old, so I'm just going to check here just in case if I pick up on more tracks. You never know. I know there was one lioness who was quite lonely lately. Well, she was moving alone, so it might be her. I can see some impalas on quarantine. Quarantine would be a good place for cheetah as well because it's nice and open, and cheetahs, as we know, like to hunt in open field, obviously because they run very fast, so they can't have too much bushes around or they can injure themselves. So if I show you there, you will see how nicely open it is. It is nice and open, so that would be a perfect place for cheetah to hunt. As you can see, there's not much happening here. There's just a few impalas at the back there where we just drove. It would be quite fantastic one day to see a cheetah running on that open plain here and make a kill. I'm not sure why I'm talking about cheetahs now, but it just jumped into my head while I was looking at quarantine. Okay, let's continue and go check what's at Gari Dam. If you would like to know what's the most amount of leopard I've seen on one drive, I think it would be 2. I don't think I saw more than 2, because I tend to try to spend quite a lot of time with one leopard if I can, obviously. Yeah, so it's all depends on the time you have. I saw leopard mating, that was nice in the Sabi stands. And yeah, if I'm thinking now, yeah, it would be 2. 2 different leopard, or 2, well, obviously 2 different leopard, but together as well. If I have a souvenir coming back now, I will tell you. But that was it's not at Djuma. I think at Djuma most of the time I saw only one leopard on per drive. I was not lucky as the other guy when there was fights between the leopard and the kill, unfortunately. But hopefully I will have this experience soon. I'm just going to check Gary Dam quickly. Okay, so we're going to check Gary Dam quickly, and in the meantime we'll send you to Lauren, who's also in search of animals.
We have just arrived to Gwen's den. Oh my goodness, it's awful. Can you smell that, Beaks? Oh. My goodness. Something is very dead here. The carcass, the buffalo carcass wasn't too far from here the other day, but I don't think it's that. Sorry, Beaks, can you just keep zoomed in? I'm gonna just scratch around on the southern part. Move a little bit to the right, the other right. It's very difficult to tell because we're losing light. We're working with the lack of it, but I don't see fresh hyena tracks. And that's obviously what I'm looking for. But something is dead here. My goodness. Okay, let's look around, Beaks. I'm not entirely sure they are using this den. It's worth a shot, though. One of these days I'll get it. I'll get lucky. We had Indabelle just sleeping here the other day, that's why. It's a tricky den site to move around, but no luck. Is. The smell of a carcass could mean hyenas. We'll just go around to the other entrance, or the dentrance, as I like to call it. Doesn't look very active or used. This one's definitely not been freshly dug. That white thing looks like hyena scat over there. I'm not sure if it is, but it could possibly be very old. Oh, it's a bone. Okay, no luck. It was worth a shot. It was worth a try. Okay, we're gonna bumble the boundary now. See what else we can find.
Welcome back with us. We're currently just off Central Road. We came in that area to show you this beautiful jackalberry. in front of us. And I don't know if you remember, but Tristan, I think, yes, was with Darby, and there was a leopard kill in that tree. The kill made by Tlalamba, and you can see there the remain of the impala. That must have been a beautiful sighting, because seeing a leopard in a jackalberry tree is always special. Yeah, so every time I drive around here, I always like to stop and check the tree. You can hear lots of birds around at the moment. It is a very nice and still afternoon. There's no wind at all. So you can imagine now Tlalamba lying on that branch and it feeding on the impala carcass. And it's just at the edge of a little riverbed. So jackalberry trees is normally seen around riverbeds, but can happen there also a bit further from a river. But they grow very big, and they are very, very beautiful trees. As you can see, the trunk is massive. Okay, so we'll continue on our side and see what we can find up north.
Shot. Hold on. It's just so sometime early this afternoon, this Birmingham Pride managed to kill a buffalo. Guys, I don't really want to say much. I just want you guys to listen to the sound that is coming out of these lions while they're feeding. We have, I'm not sure how many of them are here, but both the ross males are here. Some of the sub-adults are here, and I couldn't see any of the small cubs, but they were here early on this afternoon. There's a lot that's happening now. There's fighting that's going on. There is confrontation between the different lions up there. at how that buffalo carcass is completely covered with lions. I mean, what's impressive for me is knowing that they killed this buffalo today. And when I look, there's almost nothing left on that carcass. I'm not sure if they have turned it to the other side. There goes one of the old lioness moving in also to get a piece. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ross males were the ones that were feeding first, being the dominant males that gives them priority and feeding rights over any carcass that the pride has. But a buffalo is a big animal, and it's got a lot of meat on it, more than enough, where the Ross males will be full and there would still be a lot of meat left for the rest of the pride. I think we enjoy this as best as we can because we know that the cubs are here and we might have to leave after dark because of the cubs, but we will stay here for as long as we can just to enjoy this. If you look at that horn of that buffalo, it doesn't look to be as thin towards the end there. It's not as sharp or as pointy, so that could mean that this was one of the old buffalo bulls. The horn's worn out already. Very old buffalo bull that was maybe trying to live its last few days out here. That's why sometimes after feeding, when you find lions, they'll have like claw marks and all that. Elizabeth, you're asking if this buffalo will be enough to fill the whole pride. So it doesn't look like it's enough to feed the whole pride, because I don't really see the white lions here, and both white lions aren't here, which means some of the sub-adults and none of the sub-adult males are within the pride. And within half a day, because they killed this buffalo around 11, 12 today, within half the day, they've already consumed over 50% of it. It looks like there's almost nothing left. So imagine if the whole pride was here, all 23 lions were here. I don't think there would be anything left on that carcass. So it goes to show that at the number that the Birmingham is standing on, that buffalo is not enough to feed the whole pride. That is why sometimes when these lions' prides become too big, they split up because feeding becomes a problem. And if they kill a buffalo and finish it in one day, it means they have to hunt constantly. So the only other prey they can go for would be a giraffe, which is a lot of work. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of years the Birmingham pride splits again.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when he finished the water, he just lied down. And then, that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam ops have a bit of work to do in the morning. Up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
The skyline tonight has been absolutely incredible. Do you think we can still show it, BK, in color? Let's try and show this to you. We're in infrared, but we're going to go into color. And I mean, it's not quite as vibrant, but wow, it has just been the pinks, the purples. I'm sure you've already seen it, but this is my skyline. This is BK and I's skyline. I'm just going to sit here for a moment or two so we can all enjoy it. Julia, you're saying stunning. Took the word right out of my mouth. Makes me feel so small when I see the skyline awash with these kind of colors, the vibrance. It's like someone's went onto Lightroom or Photoshop and just pumped up the saturation and the vibrance, and yet this is our natural world. And I guess we're lucky to be able to see these colors. There's a lot of sort of light and essentially colors, I would say, that the human eye does not see. But we're lucky we get to see this. I didn't have any luck. Tandy or Mareebs, I think they could possibly still be deep in Torchwood. But when you've got a skyline like this, what else matters? Okay, Beaks, is getting quite dark now. Out with the spotlight and let's see what else we can find. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to see what else I can find in the darkness using my spotlight, and we're going to send you guys back over to Cedric.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just making our way to Galagopan. We're almost there. This road is a little bit bumpy, but we're almost there. Yeah, we did check a bit the northern section, Galago shortcut. We didn't see anything there. So while we were on Galago shortcut, we decided to come have a look here. It does look like it is quiet here as well. Yeah, not much happening. I guess we'll continue and check Gary Dam. I saw some hippos one time in this area at night. They were busy grazing, that was very nice. Obviously it was the hippos staying in Gary Dam, who just came at night to go eat. I do like also to put the spotlight on top of the trees, on top of the dead trees. The reason is some owls like to stand on top of the dead trees to look around, especially the spotted eagle owl, for example. Yeah, I'm going in a small dip now, so I hope we're not going to lose signal. Looks like the signal was quite good with Rusty today, so hopefully it stays the same. Okay, so we're going to continue and see if there's anything at Gary Dam. In the meantime, we'll send you to Rule at Ngala.
while Cedric is trying to find some nocturnal stuff for you guys, we are still trying to find our way back to the road out of that lion sighting, which is not going to be the easiest to do. That sighting is quite deep in the block, but we should be in the road in the next minute or two. Then we'll also join Cedric in looking for some nocturnal stuff. How amazing was that lion sighting? I mean, to get the pleasures to see the pride feeding on a buffalo, for me, it is the sound that those lions make while feeding and while fighting each other for feeding. Kate, you're asking what's the most active nocturnal animal? That is a very broad question, but all nocturnal animals are active. It is just that we mostly see the small spotted genet above most. I'm not sure about other properties, but out here in Ngala, we mostly get to see the small spotted genet. And sometimes we get lucky to find like civets, honey badgers, and all the other stuff, servals if we get really, really lucky. But a genet is, I think, is one of the few that we see the most out of the nocturnal stuff. All the nocturnal stuff are mostly active. All the nocturnal animals or creatures are mostly active. It is just that it is difficult to get to see, but the genet we get to see a lot. And sometimes when we get lucky, we see bush babies as well. What a beautiful day it has been. I don't really think that those Birminghams will still be feeding on that carcass tomorrow, because they'll also have the whole night to go through it. And I also think that they won't move far. There is a pan with water a little bit north of where they are right now. So if these lions want to have a drink after such a big meal as a buffalo, then all they have to do is just move north, have a drink, find a place, and lay down to rest for the evening. Hopefully we get to find them again. What's going to be interesting, though, is that maybe some hyenas will then come towards where that carcass is, because I'm very sure with having that much lion activity and the smell of a carcass in the area will attract a lot of hyenas, especially tonight, even though the hyenas might not attempt to get close because both Ross males are there and the lionesses have got cubs. It would mean that the hyenas will keep their distance, but I can almost guarantee that as soon as those lions leave that buffalo carcass, the hyenas will come in and try and grab a piece of whatever will be left behind. It's just going to be fascinating to see if they're still around that area tomorrow, or will the hyenas have then got their little bit of share of the carcass.
Yeah, we're currently at Gary Dam, listening around. We didn't see much here. And yeah, I think maybe we should continue. I think there's a car behind us who would like to cross the dam. Yeah, let's see if we can continue, Davy. It is nice at night to sit next to a dam and listen and check if there's anything around. It is also very peaceful. Just checking in a big jackalberry there if there's any owls. It is properly dark now, so we definitely need to use a spotlight. This is a beautiful open plain as well, where we are now, just south of southwest of Gary Dam. Sometimes we see a lot of impalas here, very big herd of impalas, so it's quite nice to have a look. It's a good time now to look obviously for nocturnal animals. I saw a white-tailed mongoose last time on quarantine. Maybe we can try to find it again. So I think we're going to go in that direction actually and look what's on quarantine there.
Eerily quiet tonight. Nothing. No signs of nocturnal animals, no signs of the predators. Not even signs of the prey. I am in the west, though. Which is often extremely quiet. Not even owls. I often shine up for the owls. You'll see their eyes shine. No bush babies. I got a request for bush babies not so long ago. I haven't seen a bush baby in a really long time. Victoria, you're asking a question, but I did not get it. I do know it's from you, Victoria, and I will get on to answering it. I have no idea, Victoria. I don't know. I don't know, I'm afraid. I can't. We're not able to follow the hyenas right now. We did see Novella very briefly the other night, but as for how are they doing, I do not know, I'm afraid. Cannot figure out where this den is. Rexon thought it was possibly Gwen's den, and I see why he thought that, but I'm not convinced. As I mentioned earlier, I put a message on the group. Are all the rangers out here? Nobody knows. They're not using that one where we saw the warthogs come out, that's for sure. I don't know where the den is. So, answer to your question, Victoria, I don't know. It's very frustrating for me. I imagine all are well, but we just don't get the chance to catch up with them anymore, I'm afraid. But as soon as I have an I will always give it to you all. I can promise you that. So as I search without any luck so far, we are going to send you guys over to Roll.
All right, we have not been lucky yet. We're still looking. I'm hoping that I would actually love to see a honey badger at this time of the day. A honey badger is one of my favorite animals. It would be nice to see any of the nocturnal animals, but I think if we see a honey badger, it would be very, very spectacular. But at the moment, I'm looking for whatever I can find: a honey badger, a genet, a civet, a hyena, anything that's up and active right now that we maybe could get our eyes on. It's also nice now that it's winter and the grass is short and there's less leaves on the trees, so which means the area is nice and open for us to be able to see even a few meters off the road. So it's much better. It makes it easier to get to spot some of these nocturnal animals because some of them are very small and sometimes they're quick to cross the road. So if it is an animal that's not relaxed and very small, it could easily hide and disappear into the thick bushes. So we're going to carry on looking, and I'll send you guys over to Lauren for now.
Our director seems to think this was interesting, but I have no idea what I'm looking at. PK and I are just trying to figure it out. I don't know what that is. We were going to try and get a little bit closer. I can't see it now, Beaks. Can you zoom out a little bit so I can sort of geographically see it? Okay, now I see where you're looking. Let's see if we can get a tad closer. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm not sure what Elton thought we were looking at right now, but we don't know. Okay. Didn't catch that, Elton, I'm afraid. Will you be able to get it from here, Beaks? Let me see if it's still there. I don't see it anymore. Do you remember where it was on the branch? I have no idea. Oh, I see the eyes. Hold on. I see eyes. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this. I see eyes through the legs. Just to the right of this tree. Follow my finger. There's something staring at us. Sorry, everyone, this is rather awkward. We were just trying to figure it out. It's definitely there. It's a nightjar. Okay, that definitely wasn't what we were looking at on the tree then. I don't know. Okay, red eyes were a nightjar and on the tree. I have really no idea, everyone. Sorry. It was just a little bit too far out of our reach. We could see the eye shine, but in terms of what we were looking, don't know. You just turn that light down while I reverse, please. This one. There we go. I'm completely unable to see with that light on. Now I can see. All good. Okay, we're gonna keep bumbling and see what other strange eye shine we can find.
Kate Gilman-Williams is an 11-year-old girl from Austin, Texas, and we think she's amazing. At only 7 years of age, Kate went on safari and since then has become part of a new generation of kids who are fighting for animals. She has written a book, offered extensive support for a number of conservation projects, and recently teamed up with Microsoft to start a club. Kate believes that advocacy has no age limit and that if she waits until she's an adult, then it may be too late. Join Kate, who has traveled from Texas to sit with Lauren at the fire to discuss her work and how her generation can become part of the solution.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back with us. We're currently on quarantine, sitting in complete darkness. We don't have any lights on except for the infrared light. There's some impala sitting there. We did check around, looking all the trees for any sign of owls, but no luck, unfortunately. It is very quiet here. It's very nice. It's pitch dark. We can hear all the animals, some birds calling. When I mean birds, some water thickneys. And those impalas are going to spend the night here probably. It is very relaxing. It would be better to end the show with something else than an impala, but unfortunately no luck after Tavangumi. I'm still going to use the spotlight and on my side now check around if there's anything else. This is where I saw a white-tailed mongoose a couple of days ago. And I would like to see it again. And I think that was quite lucky. Yeah, quarantine is a very nice open area, but there's also some nice big trees such as silver-clustered leaf, marulas. So we do find nice night bird life as well here. I saw one time there was eagle owl. It's nice to check the trees just to see if we can spot them. And we're hearing also earlier a scops owl, which is a very small owl. which camouflage very well. During the day it's very difficult to spot them. You can see this big herd of impala just sitting here. Yeah, those impalas are very relaxed. So I don't think there's, well, difficult to know, but I don't think there's any predator around, but you never know. Obviously, if a predator is busy stalking, he will be eaten and the impalas will not spot them in time. But they're sitting there and being very really relaxed. I must say it is quite impressive to see it in complete darkness like that and still being able to see the animals through the infrared camera there. It can help a lot at night actually to find animals. Yeah, so our camp is not very far from here. So it's a very good place to start the drive and end the drive. Because there's always animal here and you can look for predators as well. But I would like to thank you, all of you, for joining us this afternoon. I really hope you enjoy our drives. I'm very happy I found Tavangumi. I think that was a very good surprise. And thank you also very much for all your questions. I hope we have been able to answer them the way you enjoyed. And I hope you will join us also tomorrow morning. So I would like to say bye for now.